All right, at this time, first call goes out to Pro ET. Pro ET, for your first time trial session, Pro ET, we need you to lanes 7, 8, and 9. Let's go Pro ET, 7, 8, and 9, please. Pro ET, 7, 8, and 9. This is your first call. We need Street Eliminator to 3 and 4, Street Eliminator to 3 and 4, and final call for Junior Dragsters, staging lane number 2. All right, this is the first qualifying session for Junior Dragsters, coming to the starting line now. Aspen Mahar, runner-up in our Junior Dragster program yesterday. Skylar Bremer in the Fast Freddy's lane. Aspen 796, Skylar 1068. Next pair, Maya Smith in the auto value lane. Thomas Conan in the Fast Freddy's lane. An 011 light for Maya, 48 for Thomas. 799 at 81 miles per hour for Maya, 896 at 72 miles per hour for Thomas. Next pair, it's Braden Paskey in the auto value lane, Ivan Bolig in the Fast Freddy's lane. Ivan goes red, 82 for Braden Paskey. Braden runs a 12:54. Ivan 12:39. Next pair, Wyatt Knott. Wyatt Knott in the auto value lane, Hannah Drake in the Fast Freddy's lane. $7.98. $7.98 for Hannah, $9.27 for Wyatt. Nick Rademacher, auto value lane, Brody Robertson, Fast Freddy's lane. Once again, Street Eliminator for time trial session number 1. Street Eliminator to lanes 3 and 4, please. Street Eliminator to lanes 3 and 4. You will follow out our junior dragsters. Nick Rademacher, 8:37 at 77 miles per hour. Brody, 12:10 at 51 miles per hour. It is Jocelyn Geib in the auto value lane, Charlie Weiler in the Fast Freddy's lane. Pro ET, we need you to 7, 8, and 9. Pro ET for time trial number 1, 7, 8, and 9, please. $37 on the tree for Charlie. Jocelyn's 55 on the tree. Charlie runs $7.99. Jocelyn $8.09. Next pair is Bryn Callhammer and AJ Leung. Red lights for both Bryn and AJ. Bryn runs 791, AJ 794. It's Owen Drake and Jack Weiler. $57 for Owen, $69 for Jack, and Jack runs 796 at 81 miles per hour. Owen 797 at 83 miles per hour. And coming to the starting line will be the last one in our junior qualifying session number 1. It's Ryan Leonard. Once again, final call, Street Eliminator. You will be following out junior dragsters here in just a couple of minutes. As soon as we get word from the top end juniors are clear, we'll be coming out with Street Eliminator. Once again, we need final call for Street Eliminator 3 and 4. You'll be coming out in just a couple of minutes. And Pro ET, you will follow out Street. Pro ET, we need you to lanes 7, 8, and 9. So sorry for any confusion that there might have been that we were a 9:30 start. That was a misprint or miscommunication on the social media and website. Our Sunday startup time for bracket events is 8:30. So I do apologize for that, but it is an 8:30 start on Sundays. Ryan Leonard is 002 on the tree, spectacular light out of Ryan, and he runs an 784 at 81 miles per hour. All right, Street Eliminator, saddle up. You're coming out right now. Street Eliminator, saddle up. Once again, we need final call for Pro ET 7, 8, and 9. Pro ET 7, 8, and 9. You're going to be following Street Eliminator, so start getting ready. Final call, Pro ET 7, 8, and 9. First call for King of the Hill goes out to lanes 5 and 6. King of the Hill, your first call to the lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, first pair in Street Eliminator brings up Jake Lesnick and Tiffany Crownhart. Jake is 27 on the tree. Tiffany goes red. And at the finish line, Tiffany runs a 14:60 at 95 miles per hour. Jake, 17:69 at 77 miles per hour. Chris Schwartz doubling up again today, I believe. Chris is in the auto value lane. Roger Welter in the 16 Challenger in the Fast Freddy's lane. Ten light for Chris. Just a reminder, no air conditioning on in your vehicles. If you are racing, the air conditioning must be shut off. If you start leaking water on the racetrack, we're going to pull you over, so shut your air conditioning off. If you are racing today, it should not be on at any time during the day. Air conditioning must be shut off on your race vehicles. It is Dan Stern coming to the line next, along with Tim Merrick. So once again, air conditioners on your vehicles. If you're racing, it should not be on. Air conditioning should not be on your race vehicle today. Dan Stern runs a 13:23. Tim Merrick, 12:13. Also, again today, we had it yesterday, but this weekend, Lou's Hot Rod Shop has a giveaway. It is called the Passing of the Torch. It is to honor multi-generational racing families. A prize will be awarded today to someone who is a racer and their family, which includes their children, spouse, parents, grandparents. It's a $100 value in prizes presented by Lou's Hot Rod Shop and Louis Raffetto, owner and operator. Yesterday, the same prize was given out, and that was given to the Geib family. The Geib family had 61 years of accumulated racing history. Tom Geib with 31 years, Carl with 23, and daughter Jocelyn with 7. So congratulations to the Geib family for picking up that award yesterday. All families are taken into consideration for this award. So let's see who the lucky winner is today. It's James Miller, 14 on the tree, runs a 12:18. Reed Lisser runs 18:34. All right, that wraps up Street Eliminator. Coming to the starting line now is going to be first time trial session for Pro ET. So if you're Pro ET car, you should be in the lanes. Pro ET, you should be in the lanes 7, 8, and 9. Pro ET 7, 8, and 9, you should be in the lanes. Pro ET 7, 8, and 9. Final call. They're going down the track right now. First pair on the line, Bruce Lang and Tom Hoffman. Hoffman's 18 on the tree. Bruce is 28 on the tree. Bruce runs 977 at 135. Tom, 1089 at 122. Once again, King of the Hill, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. King of the Hill, 5 and 6 for your time trial session. Super Pro, you are on standby. Super Pro on standby. Final call. Pro ET, you're going down the track right now. Pro ET, 7, 8, and 9. Pro ET, 7, 8, and 9. King of the Hill, 5 and 6. King of the Hill, 5 and 6. All right, this is Pro ET for their first time trial session, Austin Seamers and Dale Hildreth. Once again, we need King of the Hill. King of the Hill, we need you to lanes number 5 and 6. King of the Hill, 5 and 6, please. Not 3 and 4, 5 and 6. 5 and 6, King of the Hill. Just a reminder, when King of the Hill comes back, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. 5 and 6 for King of the Hill. 5 and 6, not 3 and 4. It is 5 and 6, guys. 5 and 6. I think it's Darby's fault. He pulled in first. And then, of course, Ryan just follows the pack, so... All right, we're finishing up our Pro ET category here. Final call for Pro ET. We've got about 8-10 cars left to run in our first time trial session. Final call, King of the Hill, 5 and 6. Final call, King of the Hill, 5 and 6. Super Pro, Super Pro. First call to the lanes for Super Pro. Super Pro, we need you to lanes 10, 11, and 12. Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12, please. Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12. Final call, King of the Hill to 5 and 6. Final call, King of the Hill, lanes 5 and 6. King of the Hill, final call, 5 and 6. King of the Hill, 5 and 6. Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12. Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12, please. Jim Lambrick in the Fast Freddy's lane. Jim runs an 11:25 at 117. Once again, final call, King of the Hill, you're coming out next. King of the Hill, you're coming out next. Final call, King of the Hill, 5 and 6. We need Super Pro once again. Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12. Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12. We're going to do a combo gamblers once again. A combo gamblers will call to the lanes here shortly. We will separate no box and box until there are 16 cars or less remaining in the total field, and you will be combined on a ladder for the next rounds. So again, combo gamblers will be called to the lanes here in just a few minutes. We'll start out with no box. And those of you who do not want to gamble, it's a $50 gambler. And for those of you who do not want to gamble, we will have your second and final time run a little bit later on this morning. It's called non-gambling money cars. But once you've had your first one and you do not want to gamble, you just sit tight and we will call you up later on in the morning for your second and final time trial session for non-gambling money cars. So once again, Super Pro 10, 11, and 12. Super Pro 10, 11, and 12, please. Super Pro 10, 11, and 12. This is the first time trial session coming to the starting line now for King of the Hill. King of the Hill is out of lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12. Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12. Will Hale and Carl Wamoff. Carl's 30 on the tree. Will is 60 on the tree. Will runs a 10.92 at 120. Carl, 11.54 at 114. .009 on the tree for Dalton, 19 for Justin DeForest. Dalton runs 11.01 at 120. Justin 10.96 at 126. Jim Kroger, he's red on the tree. Steve Lewis runs 10.79. Steve runs 10.74. Jim 10.26. All right, this is Super Pro for their first time trial session. We need Junior Dragsters back to number 2. Junior Dragsters, we need you back to lane number 2 for your second qualifying session. Junior Dragsters, lane 2. Final call to staging. This is Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro 10, 11, and 12. 10, 11, and 12 for Super Pro. Final call for your first time trial session. Again, we need Junior Dragsters back to lane 2. Junior Dragsters, lane 2. Tony Robertson, 13 on the tree. Sam Hamilton, 19. Tony runs 779 at 171. Sam, 990 at 133. Next. Kevin Fouch from Avon, Minnesota in the 64 GTO. Ryan Paskey in the 98 Racecraft. John Aumann, 11 red. Louis Raffetto, 35 on the tree. Louis runs a 9:33 at 142. John Aumann, 10:32 at 111. Pete McKeith in the auto value lane, 42 on the tree. Jesse Leonard, 34 in the Camaro. Pete Pete runs 8:50 at 1:58. Jesse 9:56 at 1:37. Chris Anfang, 5 red. Austin Seamers, 30 on the tree. Austin was runner-up in the shootout yesterday, winner of Pro AT. Austin runs an 8:86 at 1:53. Chris, 10:32 at 1:28. Once again, junior dragsters, we need you to lane number 2 for your second qualifying session. Junior dragsters, lane 2. Juniors, lane 2. Street eliminator to 3 and 4. Street eliminator 3 and 4. Junior dragsters, lane 2. We need you now, please. It is Dale Hildreth in the auto value lane. Kevin McCarty in the Chevelle in the Fast Freddy's lane. Dale is 12 red. Kevin McCarty, 7 on the tree. Dale Hildreth, 8:87 at 1:49. Kevin, 11:44 at 1:14. Butch Belair, 10:79 at 1:21. Butch is 1 on the tree. Phil Johnson runs 11:75 at 1:12. Big Black Sean's 1 on the tree. Jim Lambrick, 37 on the tree. And getting the final run in Super Pro for our first time trial session is Joe Kerner in the Dragster. Once again, final call, junior dragsters to lane 2. You'll be coming out next for your second qualifying session. And street eliminator to 3 and 4. Street eliminator 3 and 4. Junior saddle up, please. Junior saddle up. So once again, juniors saddle up, bring them out. Larry, go ahead and pull the juniors, please. Again, street eliminator to 3 and 4, street eliminator to 3 and 4, please. Pro ET, you're on standby. And actually, we're going to start with our combo gamblers. So combo gamblers, no box combo gamblers, we need you to 7 and 8. If you'd like to get in a combo gamblers, it is a $50 entry fee. We're going to run no box separate from box, and then we will be running them together once there's 16 cars or less on a ladder. So again, we're going to call first thing, we need no box combo gamblers to lanes 7 and 8. No box combo gamblers, lanes 7 and 8, please. Box combo gamblers, we need you to 10 and 11. Box combo gamblers, 10 and 11. So once again, we need combo gamblers to the lanes. No box in lanes 7 and 8. No box combo gamblers, lanes 7 and 8. Box combo gamblers in lanes 10 and 11. So again, no box combo gamblers, 7 and 8. Box combo gamblers, lanes 10 and 11, please. It is a $50 cash entry fee. We will collect that in the lanes. We need street eliminator to 3 and 4. Street eliminator to 3 and 4, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We have a racer in need of parts. He is looking for a Moroso water pump drive. If anyone has a spare Moroso water pump drive, we have a racer in need. If you've got something, if you could bring it to the bottom of the tower, that would be greatly appreciated. Again, a Moroso water pump drive. We have a racer in need. If anyone has an extra one that they would be willing to sell or borrow, again, a Moroso water pump drive, a racer in need, bring it to the bottom of the tower, please. All right, it appears to be the final pair of juniors in the on the starting line now. Cooper Lawson and Jocelyn Geib. Jocelyn Geib, 004 on the tree. 808 at 80 miles per hour for Jocelyn. Cooper runs 1234 at 48 miles per hour. Final call, street eliminator, street eliminator. We only got 6 cars in the lanes. We're missing a few. Street eliminator, final call, street eliminator. And we need combo gamblers. Combo gamblers. Ben is down collecting money right now. Lanes 7 and 8. Combo gamblers, no box. In the box category, you should be in lanes 10 and 11. Box in 10 and 11. No box in 7 and 8, please. No box combo gamblers, 7 and 8. All right, Street Eliminator's coming at you now. Again, final call, Street Eliminator. We're missing a few cars. You're going to miss your second time trial session. Street Eliminator, we're running you now. Final call, Street Eliminator, for your second time trial session. I guess you don't need those time runs. Combo Gamblers, we need ya. No box 7 and 8. Box 10 and 11. Box 10 and 11. No box 7 and 8, please. We're going to do a little bit of track prep, just a quick sweep before we go with round one of our combo gamblers to give the gamblers people a little time to get to the lanes. Again, we need combo gamblers. Come on, guys. We need you. Lanes 7 and 8 for no box. Box 10 and 11, please. We need King of the Hill. King of the Hill, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. King of the Hill to lanes 5 and 6, please. King of the Hill, lanes 5 and 6 for your second time trial session. We've got Ben down there collecting. If you can't find Ben, just look for the guy who's sporting that nice fanny pack. He's got a fanny pack that he's sporting there collecting the money. Changed your mind, Ben? All right, so this is a final call for our combo gamblers. No box should be in 7 and 8. Box in 10 and 11. We are going to have no box saddle up for round. No. All right, we're going to go with the no box portion of our combo gamblers first, followed by box, and then we'll go King of the Hill for your second time trial session. So no box saddle up. Here you go. Carl Geib is a potential buy for no box. This is just a reminder to all racers, and this includes junior dragsters. It has just come to my attention that we are having junior dragsters taking their helmets off, taking their belts off, and hanging out of the juniors before they even get to the top end of the track. I will tell you right now, any junior dragster that gets caught removing their safety equipment before they get to the top end of the track will be immediately disqualified. That is an absolute safety issue and will not be tolerated here. So juniors, you have all of this equipment on for your safety, as do all of the adult drivers here. All adult drivers are to keep their equipment on, and juniors, you are to follow suit. So again, if we catch any junior removing any of their safety equipment, which means helmet, gloves, belts, or anything, you will be immediately disqualified. This is all for your safety, and we do not want to see anything happen to you. One of the reasons that the juniors are now required to wear Hans devices is because of a horrible accident suffered by a young lady in Australia, and she lost her life, and we do not want that to happen to any of our young kids out there. So please do not take off your safety equipment until after you have come off of the return or off of the racetrack. Again, all drivers, adults and juniors, please keep your safety equipment on. Thank you. Jesse Leonard, 005 red. Justin Malley gets the automatic win. Next pair brings up Kevin Lubon in the auto value lane, 963 dial. It is John Marzalek in the Fast Freddy's lane, dialed in with a 1057. Tree comes down, both drivers are off with green lights. Hundreds separated them on the starting line. Advantage went to Kevin Lubon, but he gets there first, breaks out, runs a 61 with a 4 on his 63 dial. John Marzalek taking the win. He's 29 on the tree, runs a 59 on his 57 dial. John Aumann on the starting line, 1033 dial. .1033 dial for John Melnott, 965. And the win light goes to Melnott. John Aumann had the better of the two reactions times, but breaks out. He runs a 1017 on his 33 dial. Melnott, 967 at 124 for the win. Dalton Johnson, 1101. Bruce Lang, 975. Starting line advantage to to Dalton Johnson, and Dalton takes the win. He runs an 02 on his 01 dial for the win. Bruce is laid off the line and goes under, breaking out 973 on his 975 dial. John Blomberg goes red by 5 thou. Pete McKeith takes the win. Pete's 21 on the tree, runs a 52 at 157. John Blomberg, 1040 at 128. All right, box drivers, saddle up. Box drivers, saddle up. And Darren Eide taking the win over Chris Anfang. Darren runs a 1010 at 131. Anfang 1032 on his dead on his dial with his 6, but it's laid off the line. Next pair in no box, Dale Hildreth, 887 dial. Dave Schmidt, 1086 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. And the win light goes to Dale Hildreth. Carl Geib, 975 down in the auto value lane. Dave Vassar, 1081 in the Fast Freddy's lane. That's the last pair of our no box category. Box is following right now. The Monza had the starting line advantage, 11 on the tree to Vassar's 68 light. Vassar runs dead on with a 9. Carl 979 at 129 for the win. Once again, final call for King of the Hill. Final call for King of the Hill. We need you to staging lanes number 5 and 6. King of the Hill 5 and 6. You will be following box out. We need King of the Hill 5 and 6, please. All right, our first pair in box brings up Joe Kerner, 772 dial in the Dragster. Jim Lambrick, 66 Charger, dials in with an 1123. Very similar reaction times out of these two drivers. Starting line advantage went to Jim Lambrick. He's 10 on the tree to Kerner's 18 light. Kerner runs a 73 on a 72 dial. But Jim Lambrick takes the win, 1124 with a 0 on his 1123. Margin of victory, 008. Win light to Jim Lambrick. Tony Robertson in the Dragster, 780 dial. He was the winner of our Combo Gamblers yesterday. It is Austin Seamer's 887 in the 55 Chevy. He was the winner of our Pro ET category yesterday. And in a double breakout, it's Austin Seamer's taking the win. Tony had the advantage on the line, a 19 to Austin's 32 light. Getting there first was Tony. Breaking out by more was Tony. So Austin gets the win. He only breaks out by 9 thou. Tony breaks out by a lot more. It is Kevin McCarty in the Chevelle, 1143 dial in the auto value lane. Lemke Constructions, Greg Lemke from Hugo, 786 dial for Greg. Nearly identical reaction times, nearly identical. Just 2 thou separates them on the tree. And in another double breakout, breaking out by the lesser amount is going to be Lemke. Runs a 784 with a 5 on his 86 dial for the win. McCarty, 1139 at 115. And this is the final pair in box. Brings up the Camaro of Sean Anderson, 1021 dial. The Dragster of Ryan Paskey, 803 dial. We need junior dragsters back to the lanes. Juniors back to lane 2 for your third and final qualifying session. Juniors back to the lanes. Lane number 2 for your third and final qualifying session, please. Starting line advantage to Big Block. 13 to Ryan's 18 light, but getting there first for the win is Ryan Paskey. Ryan is 804 on his 3 light. He's 18. Sean's 13 on the tree. Sean 1023 with a 5. It'll be Ryan Paskey moving on to round number 2. This is our second time trial session for King of the Hill. Final call. If you're a king car, you should be in the lanes. Steve Lewis, 74 in the tree. Chris Schwartz, 39. Chris runs 1265 at 106. Steve, 1082 at 130. Next pair, Phil Johnson in the auto value lane. It looks like it is Denny Nelson in the Nova. That is not a GTO. That is a Nova in the Fast Freddy's lane. Phil Johnson's 18 on the tree, 1179 at 112. Denny is 1190 at 109. Justin DeForest in his 16 Corvette. Jim Kroger in the 64 Dodge. Rob Dankers in the auto value lane. Kevin Post, 17 on the tree in the Fast Freddy's lane. Kevin Post, 1023 at 130. Dankers, 1081 at 129. John Thuringer in the auto value lane. He goes red. Kirk Harum in the Fast Freddy's lane. Kirk goes 1037 at 129. Thuringer 1024 at 135. Carl Wamoff in the auto value lane. Phil Nichols in the Fast Freddy's lane. Tim Merrick and Lee Meyerdirk. Meyerdirk runs 1085 at 124. Merrick 1217 at 110. Once again, we need juniors to staging lane number 2, please. Juniors to staging lane number 2, please. Next pair brings up Jacob Campbell and Jack Weiler. Jacob Campbell, 1088 at 123. Jack Weiler, 1011 at 132. Bill said Logic's 10 on the, 10 red. Will Hale 22 on the tree. 1092 at 120 for Will. 1163 at 115 for Bill. Dalton Johnson, 40 on the tree. Winrich, 90 on the tree. Dusty runs 1207 at 113. Dalton, 1104 at 120. And that wraps up our second session of King of the Hill. Coming out next will be Junior Dragsters, third qualifying session. We need the winners from round number 1 of the combo gamblers back to the lanes. You are on a ladder. We'll be announcing those pairings in just a moment. We have 13 cars remaining. So again, we need combo gamblers back to the lanes, please. All right, as we get ready to run the juniors, like I had a reminder a little bit ago, we had reports that were drivers taking off their safety equipment hanging out of their cages, and that is not acceptable. So please, juniors, keep all of your safety equipment on until after you exit the racetrack. Again, I don't want to be the bad guy here, but if we catch you without your safety equipment on and hanging out of your cages and your stuff coming off, you will be disqualified. No questions asked. This is for your safety. Thank you. Oh, and another thing is we are hearing that drivers are taking off from the ET shack and not waiting for their rides. You do not go back to the pits. You wait for your ride for a tow back to your pit spot. You do not drive back from the ET shack to your pit area. All right, the pairings for the next round of combo gamblers are as follows. It will be Dalton Johnson versus Austin Seamers, Pete McKeith versus Mel Knott, Carl Geib versus John Marzalek, Greg Lemke versus Justin Malley, Louis Raffetto versus Dale Hildreth, Jim Lambrick with a bye, and Ryan Paskey versus Darren Eide. So again, those pairings are Johnson versus Seamers, McKeith versus Knott, Geib versus Marzalek, Lemke versus Malley, Raffetto versus Hildreth, Paskey versus Eide, and Lambrick with the bye. So we need combo gambler winners. We need you back, please. So once again, we need combo gambler winners back. Combo gambler winners back. It is Johnson versus Seamers, McKeith versus Knott, Geib versus Marzalek. They are here and paired. Lemke versus Malley. Raffetto versus Hildreth. They are here and paired. Paskey versus Eide. And Jim Lambrick with a bye. AJ Leung is 17 red. Owen Drake 27 on the tree. Owen runs a 782, AJ a 789. We need Street Eliminator to 3 and 4. Street Eliminator to 3 and 4, please. And final call for Combo Gamblers. You'll be following out our Junior Dragsters. Combo Gamblers, we need you back. You'll be following out Junior Dragsters. Again, it's Johnson versus Seamers, McKeith versus Knott, Geib versus Marzalek, Lemke versus Malley, Raffetto versus Hildreth, Paskey versus Eide, and Lambrick with a bye. Final call for Combo Gamblers. I think we're only missing Paskey. Final call for Combo Gamblers. All right. All competitors are back. We'll have combo gamblers saddle up, please. Combo gamblers saddle up, please. Once again, we Street Eliminator back for your third and final time trial session. Street Eliminator, you will follow out our combo gamblers. So Street Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. I think we've got 8 competitors today, and we only have 2 in the lanes. So we need Street Eliminator back to the lanes 3 and 4. Street Eliminator, final call to staging 3 and 4 for your third and final time trial session, please. All right, we've got the pairings for the first round of our junior dragster race. That does not mean you need to come to the staging lanes yet. I'm just going to announce the pairings so you know who you have. It is going to be, there are 18, it's an 18-car field, so the pairings are as follows. It will be Jack Weiler versus Bryn Callhammer, Skylar Bremer versus Ivan Bolig, Maya Smith versus Cooper Lawson, Aspen Mahar versus Thomas Conan, Charlie Weiler versus Nick Rademacher, Jocelyn Geib versus Braden Paskey, AJ Leung versus Hannah Drake, Wyatt Knott versus Brody Robertson, and Ryan Leonard versus Owen Drake. So again, those are the pairings for first round of juniors. We have not called you to the lanes. That's going to be a little bit later, but I did want to let you know what your pairings are for first round. All right, here we go with round number 2 of our combo gamblers race. Again, Street Eliminator 3 and 4, please. Street Eliminator 3 and 4 for your third and final time trial session. Street Eliminator 3 and 4 for your third and final time trial session. We're also going to call King of the Hill to lanes 5 and 6. King of the Hill to 5 and 6 for your third and final time trial session. Non-gambling money cars, you're on standby. You'll be called here shortly. So if you're a non-gambling money car, you are on standby. You'll be called here shortly. But we need Street Eliminator to 3 and 4. King of the Hill, 5 and 6, please. All right, first pair in round number 2. We'll bring up Carl Geib versus John Marzalek. Carl Geib dials in with a 975 from Montrose, Minnesota in the 80 Monza. John Marzalek in the 70 Dart 1057 dial. And the win light goes to Carl Geib. He's 3 on the tree. Marzalek is late. He runs dead on his dial with a 9, but again, John is late. Carl's 003 and runs a 981 at 126 for the win. Next pair, Darren Eide in the Chevy 2, 1010 dial for Darren. Ryan Paskey, 804 in the Dragster. Starting line advantage goes to the Dragster, and in a double breakout, it is Ryan who takes the win. Ryan gets there first, breaks out by 7 thousandths. Darren breaks out by 5.5 hundredths. So it'll be Ryan Paskey moving on to the next round. Pete McKeith and Mel Knott. Pete McKeith is trip zip. Mel Knott is 15 red. Pete McKeith moving on. Pete runs a 54 on his 52 dial. Mel Knott 964 at 136. Our next pair brings up a pair of Novas. It is the Nova of Dale Hildreth. He dials in with an 887. It's Louis Raffetto dialing in with a 931. Starting line advantage goes to the Nova of Dale Hildreth, and it's Dale who takes the win. He gets there first, 888 on his 87. Louis Raffetto is late off the line. Dale's 17. Louis breaking out, running a 29 on his 31 dial. So Hildreth moves on. It is Justin Malley in the Mustang, 1001 dial in the auto value lane. Lemke from Lemke Construction, 785 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Getting there first is Malley. A little bit better reaction time, but he breaks out by 4 thou and gives the win to Lemke. Lemke runs 786 at 166 for the win. Our final pair brings up Austin Seamers and Dalton Johnson. Austin's 886 dial, Dalton's 1102 dial. Starting line advantage goes to Seamers, and Seamers takes the win. He's 30 on the tree to Dalton's 41 light. Seamers runs 890 at 138, Dalton 1108 at 119. Jim Lambrick getting the bye. He's 24 on the tree, dials an 1122. At the finish line, Jim goes through running dead on his dial with a 6. So that wraps up round number 2 of our combo gamblers. Final call, King of the Hill to 5 and 6. Final call, King of the Hill to 5 and 6. This is the third and final time trial session for our street eliminator drivers. Tim Merrick in the auto value lane, Dan Stern in the Fast Freddy's lane. Tim runs a 12:09 at 110. Dan, 13:01 at 109. James Miller goes red. Roger Walter, he's green. Miller runs a 12:31 at 118. Roger, 12:77 at 110. At this time, all non-gambling money cars. So if you were a money car and you did not gamble, again, if you're a money car and did not participate in the combo gamblers, we need you to lanes 12 and 13. Non-gambling money cars. That includes any Pro ET or Super Pro car that did not gamble. You can report to lanes 12 and 13 for your second and final time trial session. Again, Pro ET or Super Pro that did not gamble can report to lanes 12 and 13 for your non-gambling money car final time trial. We need combo gambler winners. We need you back, please. Combo gambler winners, we need you back, please. King of the Hill, you're coming out. So if you're a King of the Hill car, you're going to miss your third and final session. Lanes 5 and 6, saddle up. Final call, King of the Hill, 5 and 6. Non-gambling money cars. If you're a non-gambling money car, lanes 12 and 13. If you participated in the gamblers race, you do not get another run. You will be turned away if you participated in the gamblers. This is for those who did not participate in the gamblers. Non-gambling money cars, which includes any Pro ET or Super Pro car that did not participate in our combo gamblers race, to lanes 12 and 13, please. Phil Johnson goes red. Dustin Winrich is 30 on the tree. At the finish line, Dustin runs a 12:09. Phil, 11:77. The pairings for the next round of the combo gamblers are as follows. It will be Carl Geib versus Pete McKeith, Dale Hildreth versus Greg Lemke, and Jim Lambrick versus Ryan Paskey. It'll be Austin Seamers with the bye. So again, Hildreth versus Lemke, Geib versus McKeith, Lambrick versus Paskey, and Seamers with the bye. And we'll need combo gamblers back to the lanes, please. Liam Meyer-Dirk in the Auto Value lane. Justin DeForest in the Corvette in the Fast Freddy's lane. Lee Meyer-Dirk, 1082 at 125. Justin, 11 flat at 126. Justin, 11 on the tree. Kevin Post in the Auto Value lane. Rob Dankers in the Fast Freddy's lane. Darby Otto on the starting line now. John Thuringer in the Fast Freddy's lane. Thuringer runs at 10:28 at 133. Darby Otto 9:80 at 135. Denny Nelson in the auto value lane. Will Hale in the Fast Freddy's lane. Phil Nichols in the Charger in the auto value lane. Carl Wamoff, 32 on the tree, runs 11:36 at 115. Phil Nichols, 11:89 at 119. Dalton Johnson on the line with Bill Sidlachik in the Fast Freddy's lane. Once again, we need non-gambling money cars. Non-gambling money cars, we need you to lanes 12 and 13. Non-gambling money cars, 12 and 13, please. We need the combo gambler winners back to the lanes, please. Combo gambler winners, we need you back to the lanes. Non-gambling money cars, saddle up. Non-gambling money cars, saddle up. These are non-gambling money cars. These are pro and super pro cars that did not participate in the gamblers race. This is Pete Hedden from the GSTA, the Gopher State Timing Association, in his front engine dragster. Nice, very cool looking vehicle. Pete Hedden goes 771 at 136. Blomberg goes 1035 at 128. This is non-gambling time trial session number 2, your final session for non-gambling money cars. These are vehicles that did not participate in our combo gamblers race. We need combo gambler winners back. Combo gambler winners back. The next round of pairings is as follows. It is going to be Lambrick versus Paskey. They are here. Hildreth versus Lemke. It'll be Seamers with the bye and Guy versus McKeith. So they are all here. You guys can get ready. You will follow out non-gambling money cars. As a reminder, today there's a giveaway for Lou's Hot Rod Shop. They're giving away a $100 value in prizes for the passing of the torch. This is an award today to honor multi-generational racing families. The prize will be awarded to a family or someone who is a racer, their family, including children, spouse, parent, or grandparent. And Lou's Hot Rod Shop will be giving away, again, a $100 value in prizes. Thank you to Louis Raffetto for that. Yesterday, he gave away this prize, and it was presented to the Geib family. The Geib family consisted of 61 years of drag racing experience. Tom with 31 years, Carl with 23, and Jocelyn with 7. So all families are being considered. We will hear who the winner is a little bit later on. Doug Katina, winner of our 2 grand race yesterday, 24 on the tree. Alex Barbentler, 14 on the tree in the Fast Freddy's lane. Alex runs 9:19 at 141. Doug Katina, 7:78 at 171. All right, the final pair in our non-gambling money cars brings up Blaine Anderson and Willie Gray. Blaine in the Camaro, Willie in the Dragster. Call him Old Willie. Old Willie the Gray Ghost. Blaine 007 red, Willie 25 on the tree. Willie runs a 7:59 at 175. Blaine 9:80 at 136. So that wraps up our non-gambling money cars final time trial. We're going to run the next round of our combo gamblers. So combo gamblers, saddle up, please. This is round number 3 of our combo gamblers. There are 7 vehicles remaining. And the first pair brings up Carl Geib in the Monza, 973 dial. It is Pete McKeith, 854 dial in the Chevy 2. Starting line advantage goes to the Chevy, and that would be the Chevy 2 of Pete McKeith. Pete is 009 to Carl's 37 light. Carl runs dead on with an 8 for the win. Pete McKeith, 861 on his 54 dial. Next pair brings up Jim Lambrick in the Charger. Is Ryan Paskey in the Dragster. 802 for Ryan, 1122 for Jim. Tree advantage goes to Ryan Paskey, but in a double breakout, it's going to be Lambrick taking the win. Ryan runs an 8 flat on his 802 dial. Jim Lambrick breaking out by 8 thou. So the lesser of the two taking the win is Jim Lambrick. And our final pair brings up Dale Hildreth, 887 dial. 786 dial. The advantage on the line goes to Greg Lemke And in another double breakout, it's going to be Lemke taking the win. 784 on his 86 dial for the win. Hildreth is 25 on the tree and breaks out running an 83 on his 87 dial. So it'll be Lemke back for the next round. Getting the bye run is Austin Seamers. He's just going to break the beam under power, back it up, and wait for his competitors to come back. So what we're going to do is we're going to run one more round of the combo gamblers. So if we can get those guys back as soon as possible, that would be fantastic. It's going to be Geib versus Seamers and Lambrick versus Lemke. So again, Lambrick versus Lemke, Geib versus Seamers. So we're going to take a few minutes here, probably do a little bit of sweeping and track prep, and wait for our semifinals to come back for the combo gamblers. At this time, it's about 11:45. We'll get started with regular eliminations here in just a little while. But if you're hungry, stop on by the concession stand and check out Big Girls Street Foods and their delicious food.
Okay. Yeah.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Race gas, race gas. If you are in need of race gas, we've got VP 110 race gas for $9.50 per gallon. It will be going on sale here in about 2 minutes. So if you are in need of race gas, we've got VP 110 for $9.50 per gallon. It will be on sale here momentarily. Once again, I need the combo gamblers back. We've got 2 out of the 4 back. We need the other 2 back for the semifinals. What we'll do is we'll run the semifinals, and then we will park it until later in the day. We'll leave the final for a little bit later in the day. So the pairings for the next round of our semifinals is going to be Geib versus Seamers and Lambrick versus Lemke. So we need Lambrick and Lemke back. We have Geib and Seamers in the lanes. At this time, we're going to start calling for our junior dragsters for round number 1. Now, I will announce the pairings once again. I did a little earlier, but I will refresh everyone's memory. The pairings for the next round, or for the first round of juniors, are as follows. It's going to be Jack Weiler versus Bryn Callhammer, Skylar Bremer versus Ivan Bolig, Maya Smith versus Cooper Lawson, Aspen Mahar versus Thomas Conan, Charlie Weiler versus Nick Rademacher, Jocelyn Geib versus Braden Paskey, AJ Lee Young versus Hannah Drake, Wyatt Knott versus Brody Robertson, and Ryan Leonard versus Owen Drake. So there are 18 juniors. We need you to the staging lanes, or staging lane number 2 for round number 1 of our junior dragster program, please. Street Eliminator, you are on standby. We'll start calling street here in just a few minutes, but we'll give the juniors some time to get up to lane number 2. Again, juniors, we need you to lane number 2 for round number 1 of our junior dragster program, please.
Final call for combo gamblers. Final call. We are suiting up. Combo gamblers, suit up. We're going to roll it out. Combo gamblers, saddle up. Combo gamblers, saddle up. We are heading out now.
All right, combo gamblers, let's go. Combo gamblers, let's go. Austin and Carl, bring them up. Street Eliminator to lanes 3 and 4. Street Eliminator to lanes 3 and 4, please. Juniors, start rolling them to the front of lane 2, please. We're going to do national anthem and invocation before we do that. But if you can roll juniors to the front so we don't have them clogged up in lane 3 as we are loading Street Eliminator in 3 and 4, please. All right, this is our semifinal round of our combo gamblers race. It brings up Carl Geib, 973 dial for Carl in the auto value lane. He's up against Austin Seamers in the 55 Chevy, 886 dial. One of these drivers was 001 on the tree. It was Carl, but he does not pick up the win. Austin's dead on with a 1 and a 28 light. Carl is 001, breaks out by 17 thousandths. So Austin Seamers is going to the final against either Greg Lemke or Jim Lambrick. And our final pair, one of these two drivers will meet Austin Seamers in the final. It'll be either Jim Lambrick, who's in the auto value lane with an 1121 dial, or 785 dial for Greg Lemke in the Fast Freddy's lane. Jim is off, Greg waits, and he follows. Can he catch him? Will there be a breakout? Will there be a double breakout? Starting line advantage goes to Jim Lambrick, and Jim picks up the win in another double breakout. Jim breaks out running a 19 with a 6 on his 21 dial for the win. Lemke running an 82 on his 85 dial. So it will be Jim Lambrick versus Austin Seamers in the final of our combo gamblers, and we will run that final a little bit later on in the day. So at this time, final call juniors. We are going to do invocation and national anthem here in just a few moments. And final call, street eliminator to lanes 3 and 4. Street eliminator to lanes 3 and 4 for round number 1, please. All right. At this time, I would like everyone to please stand, rise, and remove your hats. We're going to turn the invocation over to Vince, followed by our national anthem.
Lord, we thank you for this opportunity today to participate in this event. We thank you for this track and the people that are working here so hard. We thank you for the cars and the drivers and the families. And for anybody that's here spectating, we thank you too. Lord, we ask that you would protect everyone here today, that you would keep everyone here safe and sound. We'd also ask that you would help the drivers to do the best that they can today. Let everyone here perform to the utmost of their abilities. And we ask this in your name, Lord Jesus. Amen.
And please stay risen for our national anthem. All right, thank you to Marie Kruger from Eau Claire. She does an absolutely beautiful rendition of our country's national anthem. It is now time to go drag racing. Eliminations coming up now. Round number 1 of all of our categories. Junior Dragsters will be coming out first, followed by Street Eliminator. Street Eliminator, we only have 4 cars in the lanes. We're missing 3. Final call, Street Eliminator. You will be following out Junior Dragsters. Reminder to the juniors, please keep all of your safety equipment on your persons until you have exited the racetrack. Also, when you get to the time slips booth, you sit until someone comes to claim you. You do not drive back to your pit area. We appreciate you cooperating with us on that. This is all stuff that is for your safety. I don't make the rules, I imply them, but we do it all for your safety because we don't want anything to happen to you. As a reminder, all adult drivers must have on long pants, at least a short sleeve t-shirt, helmet, seat belts, all of that stuff. No shorts, no tank tops, no muscle shirts, no sandals, no open-toed shoes. Also, when you come up for eliminations, your dial-ins will be on the scoreboards. The scoreboards are bigger than life itself. So take a look at your dial-in. If indeed it is not the correct dial-in, Charlie does her darndest up here, but sometimes it is very difficult to read your dial-in boards or the number you have written on your car. So please, it is your responsibility to double check the dial-in on the scoreboard. If it is incorrect, do not pre-stage. Open your door, wave your arms, get the attention of the starting line or the tower. We will check it and quickly change it. But again, it is your final check to make sure we are doing our job correctly. So we ask that you do not pre-stage on the wrong dial-in. If you do, you own it. And I don't do reruns on sob stories. So juniors, saddle up, bring them out for round number 1, please. Pro ET, we're going to have you guys start making your way to the lanes. Pro ET. You can start making your way to lanes 7, 8, and 9. All right, here we go. Round number 1 of our Junior Dragster program. All right, Maya Smith, 794 dial, is going to get the automatic win as Cooper Lawson already is read off the starting line. Cooper dialed in with a 1227. Maya is 23 on the tree. She runs a 798 for the win. Cooper Lawson, 1238 at 48 miles per hour. The next pair, Nick Rademacher, 840 dial in the auto value lane, 797 dial for Charlie Weiler in the Fast Freddy's lane. It's Charlie Weiler taking the win over Nick Rademacher. Charlie's 803, Nick 846. Aspen Mahar, 797 dial. Thomas Conan, 891 dial. It's Aspen Mahar taking the win. Thomas Conan's got the better of the two reaction times. He's 27, Aspen's 45. Aspen runs dead on her dial with a 7. Thomas runs an 894 on his 91 dial. So Aspen moves on. It is AJ Leung, 790. I believe he was the winner yesterday of our junior dragster event. It's a heads-up race between him and Hannah Drake, 790. And red light to AJ Leung. Hannah Drake gets the automatic win. Hannah runs dead on her dial with a 1. AJ 793 on his 790 dial. It is Brody Robertson on the starting line now, 1190 dial in the auto value lane. Wyatt Knott getting the automatic win as Brody unfortunately goes red by 11 thou. Wyatt Knott dials a 918 and at the finish line he runs a 924. Brody 1201 at 51 miles per hour. Our next pair brings up Skylar Bremer, 1072 dial in the auto value lane. It is Ivan Bolig in the Fast Freddy's lane with a 1220 dial. Skylar Bremer goes red. Ivan Bowling taking the win. 12:26 at 48 miles per hour. Skylar runs a 10:78 at 58 miles per hour. So it looks like we have all of our street eliminator competitors. We need Pro ET. Pro ET should be in 7, 8, and 9. Pro ET, final call, 7, 8, and 9 for Pro ET. Our potential buy in street, if there was going to be one, which I don't think there will be first round, as we have 8 vehicles and they're all here, would be 553L, Jake Lesnick. However, 8 goes to 4, 4 goes to 2. So the buy is unlikely. Our next pair brings up Jocelyn Guy, 805 dial, against Braden Paskey, 1212 dial. Braden's off. Jocelyn's going to charge hard down the 8th mile to see if she can catch him. And at the finish line, she does indeed catch him. She runs an 8:10 on her 805 dial for the win. Braden runs 12:35 at 49 miles per hour. So congratulations to Jocelyn. She will be on to the next round. Next pair brings up Owen Drake and Ryan Leonard in a heads-up matchup. Owen's from Zimmerman. Ryan Leonard is from Invergrove Heights. And red light to Ryan Leonard, automatic win to Owen Drake. Owen is 25 on the tree. Ryan is quite red. Ryan also breaks out. Owen Drake, 791 for the win. Bryn Callhammer, 790 dial in the auto value lane. 792 for Jack Weiler, our final pair in round number 1 of Junior Dragsters. And Bryn goes red, automatic win to Jack Weiler. All right, we're going to take just a few minute break here while we wait for the juniors to clear the top end. We'll be back at you in just a couple of minutes. Again, we will run Street Eliminator followed by Pro ET. Final call, Pro ET to the lanes.
Street Eliminators, saddle up. Street Eliminators, saddle up.
Round number 1 of Street Eliminator. Roger Walter, 1350 dial. Tiffany Crownhart, 1449 dial. Tree comes down. Tiffany is off. Roger follows. Tiffany had the starting line advantage and gets there first for the win in a double breakout. Big double breakout. Roger Walter running a 1288, breaks out by a boatload on his 1315 dial. Tiffany taking the win, running a 46 on her 49 dial. It is James Miller, 1228 dial in the auto value lane, 1304 dial for Dan Stern. Dan Stern with a 009 light. Can't get there. Runs a 1349 as 1304 dial. James Miller takes the win, 1233 on his 28 dial. Pro ET, saddle up. Pro ET, saddle up. Chris Schwartz in the tower lane goes 5,000 red. Reed Lisser is going to get the win. Reed Lisser runs 1822 at 77 miles per hour. The final pair in Street Eliminator Round 1 brings up Jake Lesnick, 1755 dial, Tim Merrick, 1215 dial. Starting line advantage goes to Jake, but it is Tim Merrick who takes the win. Jake's 52 on the tree, runs a 70 on his 55 dial. Merrick a 12-17 on his 15 dial. So Merrick moves on to the next round. I need King of the Hill to staging lanes 5 and 6. King of the Hill to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. King of the Hill, lanes 5 and 6 for round number 1. First pair in Pro AT in a double red light situation. It's going to be Tom Hoffman taking the win. Double red lights, True Start is activated. 12 red for Luban, 8 red for Hoffman. So Hoffman takes the win, wins 10.56 at 124. Luban, 9.63 at 143. Sean Anderson, 10.22 dial in the Camaro in the auto value lane. Dusty Winrich in 12.07 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. And the win light goes to Dusty Winrich in a double breakout. Sean's 10.13 on his 22 dial. Dusty is 11.99 on his 12.07 dial. Dusty's 59, Sean's 98. Yep. On the starting lane now, auto value lane. We got the report at the top end of the track that there is something on the track as far as debris, no fluids, but debris. So we got rescue out there checking things out to make sure it is safe for our competitors. All right. Guys are going to reburn, and we'll try this again. It's Blaine Anderson from Eau Claire in the 68 Camaro. Sponsored by Lou's Hot Rod Shop, who did some beautiful work this winter on the new cage in the car. Tyler Law in the 69 Chevelle 1085 dial, Blaine 981 dial. Automatic win, Tyler Law. It's 34 on the tree, Blaine's way red. Tyler runs a 1088 at 121, Blaine 990 at 125.
His first two passes that I saw him run this morning, 998, 999. He's still trying to adjusting shift points. Some guys pull power by not keeping the previous time together.
Justin Malley, 1001 dial in the auto value lane. John Hatfield, 1302 dial from Menominee. I think this is John's first outing this year. Justin Malley with the better of the two reaction times takes the win. He runs a 14 on his 01 dial.
Mile an hour.
108.
On this lane. Yeah, he was off the gas.
Oh, 116 here at the bottom.
Yeah, he's still off the gas. And he coasted through. He must have caught up.
Next pair, Pete McKeith, 857 dial. Bruce Lang, 975.
Triple O on the light, dude.
Pete McKeith taking the win. He's trip zip. Bruce is late. Bruce runs dead on with a 0. Pete McKeith for the win, 859 with a 7 on his 57 dial. Next pair on the line brings up Carl Geib, 972 dial in the auto value lane. Jeff Nelson in the Fast Freddy's lane dialed in with a 1249. And the win leg goes to Carl Geib. He's 37 on the tree, runs a 77 on a 72 dial for the win. Jeff's late off the line, runs a 1251 at 106. Next pair, Dale Hildreth, auto value lane, 885 dial. Louis Raffetto, 930 dial. And I think we had this matchup earlier in the day, if I recall. Louis Raffetto from Lou's Hot Rod Shop also having a giveaway today. It's called the Passing of the Torch. This is honoring multi-generational racing families here at Rock Falls. There'll be $100 value in prizes, and the prizes are going to be awarded to someone who is a racer and their family, children, spouse, parents, or grandparents. Win light's going to go to Dale Hildreth. He's 2 on the tree. Louis 35. Louis runs 931 at 143. Hildreth for the win, 887 at 145. Yesterday, the winner of the Lou's Hot Rod Shop giveaway was the Geib family with 61 years of combined racing experience. 31 for Tom, 23 for Carl, and Jocelyn and her junior, 7 years. So congratulations to the Guide family.
Yeah.
It is Chris Anfang, 1028 dial in the auto value lane. Davey Hamilton, 993 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane.
Until next time.
Win light goes to Davey Hamilton. He's 20 on the tree. Chris is 30. Davey's there first, runs a 94 and his 93 dial for the win. Chris Anfang, 1029 at 128. Butch Belair goes red in the auto value lane. Lee Meyer Dirk runs a 10, dials a 1085, runs a 1086 for the win. Butch Belair 1079 at 122. Next pair brings up Art McCloskey, 1170 dial, the auto value lane. Darren Eide in the Chevy 2, 1005 dial. Starting line advantage went to Darren Eide. He's 18 on the tree. Art's 38. Darren gets there first for the win.
So we are down for a little while here as we will have to do some cleanup in the auto value lane. It is in the shutdown area, but we will do a little cleanup. So if take a little break here, get yourself something to eat or drink. We will let you know when we're back up and running. So we've been talking about Lou's Hot Rod Shop giveaway for the weekend, which is the passing of the torch to honor multi-generational racing families. Um, like I said, the passing of the torch to honor multi-generational racing families. They have done a little research, found out there are 7 families out here with 40 plus years of racing. But today's winner will be the Stockton family with 108 years of racing. There is Jim Stockton, who had 51 years of racing, or has 51. Kathy Stockton with 36 years, and Steve Stockton with 21 years. So, somebody from the Stockton family would like to go meet Louie and his family at their trailer. He'd be more than happy to hand off the prizes. And this is all done by Lou's Hot Rod Shop, Louie Raffetto. I'm sorry, Louie, I warned you. Owner and operator of Lou's Hot Rod Shop.
All right, continuing on with, I believe this is Pro ET, round number 1, Dave Vassar. In the auto value lane, James Terso in the Fast Freddy's lane. Dave with the better of the 2 reaction times, taking the win, 1087 on his 81 dial. Next pair, Tim Ryan in the auto value lane, 1088 dial. Eric Miller, 1027 dial. Starting line advantage goes to Ryan, but it's Eric Miller taking the win. Eric Miller runs a 28 on his 27 dial for the win. He's 43. Tim Ryan is 27. Tim Ryan runs a 91 on his 88 dial. Jim Lambrick, 1120 dial in the Charger. Mel Knott, 965 dial in the Silver Streak. Starting line advantage goes to Mel, and it is Mel that takes the win. He's 16 to Jim Lambrick's 23 light. Jim runs 25 on his 20 dial. Mel, 67 on his 65 dial for the win. John Alman in the auto value lane, 1029 dial, 1146 for Jim Stockton. John Alman with a starting line advantage, and in a double breakout, it's going to be Alman taking the win, breaking out by the lesser amount. He's 27 with a 4 and his 29 dial for the win. Stockton breaking out by almost a full or 5.5 hundredths. So it's Alman taking the win. Dave Schmidt, 1088 dial. Jason Weiler, 1025 dial. Starting line advantage goes to the Camaro, and in another double breakout is Weiler taking the win. Weiler breaking out, running a 20 with a 2 on his 25 dial, 18 on the tree. Dave Schmidt's a 50 on the tree, breaks out 82 with a 7 on his 88 dial. It is Mark Yonk in the 62 Nova, 1169 dial in the auto value lane. Fast Freddy's lane, Jesse Leonard in the 67 Camaro. King of the Hill, we need you to the lanes. King of the Hill, 5 and 6, final call. Starting line advantage to Jesse Leonard, 962 on his 54 dial for the win. He's 19 on the tree. Super Pro, your first call to the lanes. Super Pro, lanes 10, 11, and 12. Super Pro, we need you to the lanes 10, 11, and 12 for round number 1. Again, Super Pro to the lanes 10, 11, and 12. This is your first call. John Marzalik in the auto value lane, 1057. Austin Seamers, 886. And the win light goes to Austin Seamers. He's 35 on the tree, runs a 92 on his 86 dial for the win. Final pair coming to the starting line now in Pro ET. It is 1290 dial for Roger Weller in the 16 Challenger in the auto value lane. It is John Blomberg with a 1037 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Final call, King of the Hill, you're coming out next. Final call, King of the Hill, you're coming out next. If you are not in your staging lanes, you're going to miss your round. The potential buy for a first round of King of the Hill goes to Dalton Johnson, 515. Dalton Johnson is the potential buy. So again, King of the Hill, saddle up. Here we go, round number 1 of King of the Hill. We need Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12. Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12, please. And this is for round number 1, lanes 10, 11, and 12, Super Pro to the lanes. First pair in King of the Hill. Phil Johnson, 1175 dial. Bill Sedlacek, 1164 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Tree comes down, both lights are off with green. And Phil Johnson takes the win. Starting line advantage goes to Bill Sedlacek. He's 18 on the tree. Phil's 39. But getting there first and running closer to the dial is Phil. He runs a 78 on a 75 dial. Bill Sedlacek, 1170 at 114. James Miller, 1228 dial in the auto value lane. Fast Freddy's lane in the Malibu. It is Will Hale with a 1090. Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12. Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12, please. Super Pro, 10, 11, and 12 for round number 1. And it's James Miller with a 005 reaction time and running closer to the dial for the win. 1230 on his 1228. Will Hale, 1094 at 118. Justin DeForest in the Corvette, 1099. Jacob Campbell, 1088 in the GTO. Red light for Justin DeForest. Automatic win to Jacob Campbell. Jacob Campbell, 1091 at 123. Justin, 1123 at 117. Denny Nelson, 1188. Kirk Harum, 1040. Win light in a double breakout to Denny Nelson. He's 21 on the tree. Kirk is way late. Kirk tries apparently to make it up at the top end and breaks out running a 35 on his 40. Denny Nelson also breaking out, but by a lesser amount, an 86 with a 2 on his 88 dial for the win. It is Dusty Winrich, 1203 dial in the Nova. It is Phil Nichols, 1172 dial in the Charger. Wind light to Dusty Winrich, 1204 on his 1203 dial. He's 14 on the tree for the win. Phil Nichols running way off his dial, 1227 at 97 miles per hour. Lee Meyer-Dirk, 1084 dial in the auto value lane. Kevin Post, 1023 in the pickup. Lee Meyer-Dirk taking the win. He's 24 on the tree. Kevin Post is 46. Lee Meyer-Dirk, 1087 at 120 for the win. Kevin Post, 1025 at 129. Steve Lewis, auto value lane in the 84 Firebird. It's Jack Weiler in the 89 Camaro in the Fast Freddy's lane, dialed in with a 1011 to Steve Lewis's 1076. Once again, Super Pro, lanes 10, 11, and 12. Super Pro, lanes 10, 11, and 12, please. Win light to Jack Weiler as Steve Lewis goes red. Jack runs a 1012 on his 1011 dial for the win. Carl Wamoff in the 55 Chevy Bel Air. I believe it's 55, maybe not, I'm not sure. Anyway, John Thuringer, 1021 dial in the Corvette in this Fast Freddy's lane. Double 02 red for Carl Wamoff. John Thuringer taking the win. John's 36 on the tree. And at the finish line, runs a 1020 breaking out at 136. Carl, 1133 at 116. It's $10.86 dial for Rob Dankers. Tim Merrick, 1215. Tim Merrick, 1217 dial on his 1217 on his 1215 dial for the win. Rob Dankers breaking out. Dalton Johnson taking the bye run. 1105 is his dial, and he's 2 on the tree. He's chopping her down today. At the finish line, he breaks out 1102 with a 9 at 121. So that wraps up round number 1 of King of the Hill. Super Pro saddle up. Super Pro saddle up for round number 1. Potential buy, if there is one, goes to Scott Berghammer. He is your potential buy. Lanes 10, 11, and 12. Saddle up, please, for round number 1. Final call for Super Pro. Lanes 10, 11, and 12. Final call Super Pro. 10, 11, and 12, please. All right, this is round number 1 of our Super Pro category. Doug Katina and the Dragster was the winner of our 2K yesterday. Sean Anderson, 1014 in the auto value lane. Starting line advantage goes to the Dragster, and it's the Dragster who takes the win. He's 22 to Sean's 27 light. Sean gets there first, breaking out by 8 thou. Katina's safe run is 779 at 168. Katina's your winner. Moving on to the next round. Next pair on the line brings up Sam Hamilton in the auto value lane, 989 dial. It's Pete Hedden and the GSTA, apparently 07 front engine dragster. Kim Hamilton getting a bye as Pete Hedden, her competitor, apparently brakes are having some trouble on the starting line. She runs a 987 at 134 on her 989 dial. She automatically will advance. Kevin Fouch, 1019 dial. Tony Robertson, 777 dial. Starting line advantage goes to the door car, but it's Tony Robertson taking the win. Kevin's 13 on the tree. Robertson is 23 on the tree. Robertson, an 80 on his 77 dial for the win. Kevin Fouch breaking out 10-15 at 128. Next pair, Dave Schmidt and Blaine Anderson. In a double breakout, surprising win, Blaine Anderson over Dave Schmidt. Dave had him on the tree, 15 to a 63 late, breaking out by the lesser amount. It's Blaine Anderson, 978 at 132. Dave Schmidt, 1079. John Allman in the out of value lane goes 14 red. Alex Barmettler with the automatic win. He's 13 on the tree. Dials a 919 and runs a 918. Breaks out by just 2 thousandths of a second. It is Old Man Willie Gray, 759 dial in the Dragster. Bruce Lang, 975 in the CUDA. Win light to Willie Gray. Willie's 32 on the tree. Bruce is 46. Bruce runs a 978 and 136. Willie, 761 at 174 for the win. Our next pair brings up a pair of dragsters. Dean Wentler, 769 dial in the Danny Nelson dragster. It is Joe Kerner in the Fast Freddy's lane in the 11 racecraft dragster of Danny Nelson, dialed in with a 773. similar reaction times between the two. With the auto value dragster getting the starting line advantage by just 5 thousandths, but it's Joe Kerner who turns on the win light with a double breakout. Joe breaks out running a 71 with a 1 on his 73 dial for the win. Dean Wentler 766 on his 69 dial. Kerner advancing. Greg Lemke in the auto value lane, 783 dial from Hugo, Minnesota. Mel Knott in the silver streak, 963 dial. Mel is 004. Lem goes red by a boatload. Guessing somebody may not have had the correct dial-in in his box. Mel Knott runs a 967 at 125 for the win. Chris Anfang, 1029 in the Demon. Phil Johnson, 1177 in the Nova. Win light's going to go to Chris Anfang in a double breakout. Phil had the starting line advantage, but in the double breakout, Chris Anfang only breaks out by a thou. Phil Johnson breaks out by about 3.5 hundredths. Austin Seamers, 886. Louis Raffetto from Lou's Hot Rod Shop, 932. Chevy 2 versus 55 Chevy. Louis Raffetto, 007 red. Automatic win to Austin Seamers. Seamers is 28 on the tree. And at the traps runs an 884 at 154. Louis also breaking out 929 at 144. We need Junior Dragsters back to the lanes. Junior Dragsters back to the lane number 2 for round number 2. Junior Dragsters, we need you back to the lanes for round number 2. Junior Consi to the rear. Junior Winners to the front. Our Junior Dragster pairings for the next round are Ivan Bolig versus Jack Weiler. Aspen Mahar versus Maya Smith. Jocelyn Guy versus Charlie Weiler. Wyatt Knott versus Hannah Drake. And Owen Drake with the bye. It is Pete McKeith on the auto value lane. Ryan Paskey in the dragster. Pete McKeith is 12 thou red. Ryan Paskey, 27 on the tree, gets the automatic win. Ryan runs a 797. Pete McKeith, 850. Once again, we need juniors to staging lane number 2. Junior Dragster staging lane number 2. And Street Eliminator to lanes 3 and 4 for round number 2. Kevin McCarty in the Chevelle 1140 dial. It is Butch Belair in the pickup truck 1078 dial. 8 thou separated him on the starting line, and in a double breakout, it's Kevin McCarty taking the win. Kevin was 16, Butch was 8. Butch got there first, but broke out by 8 thou. Kevin breaks out by 1 thou, so Kevin will take the win over Butch Belair. Dale Hildreth in the Nova, 885 dial. Cam Belisle in the Kawasaki, 918 dial for the bike. Both drivers are off. Starting line advantage goes to the door car, and Dale runs dead on with a 1 for the win. 19 package. It was all over for Cam right off the starting line. Cam is 52 and breaking out by 11 thou. Once again, we need Junior Dragsters to lane 2. Junior Dragsters to lane 2. Street Eliminator to 3 and 4. John Blomberg, 1037 dial in the tower lane. Jim Lambrecht in the Fast Freddy's lane, 1122. 3 thou off the line separates them. Jim Lambrecht breaking out, running a 14 on his 22 dial. Blomberg also breaking out a 1033 on his 37 dial. Blomberg advances. And on the starting line now is the final pair of Super Pro round number 1. Brings up Scott Berghammer, who had the lane choice. 936 in the auto value lane. Fast Freddy's lane is a Camaro of Jesse Leonard. 954 dial for Jesse. .200 starting line advantage went to Scott Berghammer, but it is Jesse Leonard who picks up the win. He runs closer to the dial and gets there first. A 55 on his 54 dial for the win. Berghammer, 20 on the tree, but runs 941 on his 36 dial. So wraps up round number 1 of all eliminators here today at Rock Falls Raceway. We're going to take a little break while we wait for juniors to get up here. We need juniors to the lanes. Again, junior winners to the front of lane number 2 and junior consolation to the rear of lane number 2. The pairings for their next round of juniors are Ivan Bolig versus Jack Weiler, Aspen Mahar versus Maya Smith, Jocelyn Guy versus Charlie Weiler, Wyatt Knott versus Hannah Drake, and Owen Drake with the bye. All right, Junior, saddle up. Junior, saddle up. We need Street Eliminator. Street Eliminator, we need you to 3 and 4 for round number 2. Street Eliminator to 3 and 4 for round number 2. Pro ET can start making their way back to the lanes in 7 and 8. Pro ET winners back to 7 and 8 only. Pro ET back to 7 and 8, please. For those of you who lose first or second round of Street or King, we're going to try our last chance eliminator. That'll be called a little bit later on over in lanes 12 and 13. It'll be a $10 entry for Street or King cars who lose first or second round of regular eliminations. Again, that'll be called to lanes 12 and 13 here a little bit later on. We want to get through the second round before we run that. Round 2, Junior Dragsters, a pair of young ladies paired up. 797 for Maya, 794 for Aspen. Aspen had her on the tree, 002 to Maya's 27 light. Maya taking the win, 796 for the win. I'm sorry, Aspen 796 for the win, Maya 799. Wyatt Knott in the Fast Freddy's lane 921 dial. Hannah Drake 790 dial in the auto value lane. Wyatt Knott gets a win, runs dead on his dial with a 3. Hannah Drake 795 on her 90 dial. Not moving on. Jocelyn Guide, this year's reigning Junior Dragster champion, 804 dial in the auto value lane. Charlie Weiler, 798 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Jocelyn had Charlie on the tree, and Jocelyn takes the win. She's 38. He's way late. He runs dead on his dial with a 3, but Jocelyn gets the win, 811 at 79 miles per hour. Next pair, Ivan Bolig and Jack Weiler. Ivan with a 1225, Jack with a 796. Jack Weiler takes the win. He's dead on with a 1. Ivan gets there first, but breaks out rid of the 12-13 on his 25 dial. So Jack Weiler moves on to the next round. So once again, Pro ET, we need you back. 7 and 8. Pro AT, 7 and 8, please. Owen Drake getting the bye. Dials in with a 790. Owen breaks out, running a 782 at 84 miles per hour. That is the end of round number 2 of our regular program for juniors. Coming to the starting line now are the Junior Dragster Consolation Race. All right, Super Pro cars, you are going to be on a ladder for the next round. Super Pro, you are on a ladder for the next round. The pairings for Super Pro next round are going to be Blomberg versus Anfang, McCarty versus Gray, Katina versus Hamilton, Barmettler versus Paskey, Robertson versus Blaine Anderson, Kerner versus Seamers, Hildreth versus Leonard, and Mel Knott with the bye. Ryan Leonard gets the win. He's 18 on the tree, 1 over his dial for the win. Brody Robertson breaking out, runs an 87 on his 90 dial. Next pair brings up Bryn Callhammer and AJ Leung. AJ with a 792, Bryn with a 790. Once again, box, your next round pairings are Blomberg versus Anfang, Hildreth versus Leonard, Kerner versus Seamers, McCarty versus Gray, Katina versus Hamilton, Robertson versus Anderson, Barmettler versus Paskey, and Mel Knott with the bye. AJ Leung is 2 on the tree and dead on with an 8 for a 10-pack. That'd be hard to beat. Bryn was 49 on the tree and breaks out by 0.04. Cooper Lawson, 1227 dial. Thomas Conan, 893. Thomas with a better reaction time takes the win. Runs a 95 on the 93 dial. Cooper's late. but also breaks out running at 12:20 at 48 miles per hour. Final pair in junior consolation brings up Skylar Bremer, 1076 dial in the auto value lane, Braden Paskey, 1232 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Street Eliminator, saddle up. Pro ET, saddle up. You'll be coming out next. You'll follow Street Eliminator. Potential buy goes to or carries over with John Blomberg. We need King of the Hill. King of the Hill, we need you back to the lanes for round number 2. King of the Hill, lanes 5 and 6, please. King of the Hill, lanes 5 and 6, please. Semifinals of Street Eliminator. Reed Lisser from Rice Lake in the Kia Rio 1817 dial. Tim Merrick 1215 dial in the 69 Olshurst in the Fast Freddy's lane. And Tim Merrick takes the win. He runs dead on his dial with a 2. He's 55 on the tree for the win. James Miller against Tiffany Crownhart. Tiffany with a 1440 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. James Miller in the Vet 1228 dial in the Auto Value lane. And James Miller gets the win. He's 42 on the tree, 29 on his 28 dial. Tiffany Crownhart, 1453 at 96 miles per hour. All right, this is round number 2 of Pro ET. Pro ET will be on a ladder for the next round. We need King of the Hill. Again, King of the Hill to lanes 5 and 6. King of the Hill to lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro, you can start making your way back to the lanes. Again, Super Pro, lanes 10 and 11. Super Pro back to the lanes 10 and 11. Again, you are on a ladder. Super Pro, lanes 10 and 11, you are on a ladder. Blomberg versus Anfang. McCarty versus Gray. Katina versus Hamilton. Barmettler versus Paskey. Robertson versus Anderson. Kerner versus Seamers. Hildreth versus Leonard. And not with the bye. Dusty Winrich goes red, so Justin Malley gets the win. 10:04 at 134. Dustin 12:03 at 114. It is Carl Geib coming to the starting line. Next, 971 dial in the Monza. It is the Firebird of Lee Meyer-Dirk, 1084 dial in the Fast Freddy's lane. Getting there first is Lee Meyer-Dirk, but he breaks out and gives the win to Carl Geib. Carl wins a 975 at 135, takes the win. Mel Knott taking the win over Super Dave. Mel runs a 67 on his 63 dial. Super Dave breaking out. Jason Weiler, 1020 dial, gets the automatic win as Eric Miller goes way red. Jason Weiler runs a 1021 at 132. Dalton Johnson versus Tom Hoffman. Hoffman's 9 on the tree for the win. 1058 on his 56 dial. Dalton's 31 on the tree, but breaks out 11 flat on his 1104. Darren Eide, 1005 in the auto value lane. Fast Freddy's lane in the Chevelle, Tyler Law, 1086 dial. Darren Eide, 42 red. Tyler Law, 17 on the tree for the win. Tyler runs an 88 at 121. Darren Eide, 1005. He runs dead on his dial with a 2. John Aumann, 1028 dial. Pete McKeith, 855. John Almond, 26 red, automatic win to Pete McKeith. Pete's 11 on the tree. He wins a 52 with a 9 on his 55 dial. John Almond shutting her down. Final call, King of the Hill. You should be in the lanes. Final call, King of the Hill. You're coming out next. Dale Hildreth, 883 dial. Dave Hamilton, 993 dial. Again, we need Super Pro back to the lanes. Super Pro back to the lanes. You are on a ladder. Super Pro, we need you back to the lanes. Hildreth is trip zip. 884 on his 83 dial for the win. Davey breaking out 990 on his 993 dial, but late off the starting line. Dale Hildreth moving on. Austin Seamers 885. Jesse Leonard 995. I'm sorry, 955. Just 100 separates the drivers on the line. And win light goes to Jesse Leonard. Austin has the 27 light to Jesse's 37 light. Jesse gets there first, running closer to the dial. 56 on his 55 dial for the win. And getting the bye run is going to be John Blomberg. John dials in with a 1035. Again, final call, King of the Hill. We're getting ready to run you. We're missing a couple cars. King of the Hill, we're missing a couple cars. If that's you, you better get back to the lanes. Final call, King of the Hill. We're missing one car. Final call, King of the Hill. We're missing one car. Potential buy, if there is one, goes to car 464. I believe that is James Miller. King of the Hill, saddle up. King of the Hill, saddle up. King of the Hill, saddle up. Once again, we need Super Pro back to lanes 9 and 10. Super Pro to lanes 9 and 10 for round number 2. Pro ET, you are now on a ladder for the next round. Pro ET, you are now on a ladder for the next round. The pairings for the next round of Pro ET No Box are as follows. It is Tyler Law versus Mel Knott. Tom Hoffman versus Jesse Leonard. Jason Weiler. Jason Weiler versus John Blomberg. Pete McKeith versus Justin Malley. And Dale Hildreth versus Carl Geib. So again, no box Pro ET next round. Law versus Knott. Hoffman versus Leonard. Weiler versus Blomberg. McKeith versus Malley. And Hildreth versus Geib. Jacob Campbell and Lee Meyerdirk. Meyerdirk 1084, Campbell 1088. Lee Meyerdirk taking the win, 1086 at 112. Campbell with a starting line advantage, but not getting there. Meyerdirk is your winner. John Thuringer, 1021 dial. Jack Weiler, 1012 dial. Close race, just 3 thou on the starting line. Advantage going to the Corvette, but in a double breakout, it's Jack Weiler taking the win. Running a 10-11, just breaking out by 9 thou. John Thuringer breaking out by a whole lot more. So Jack Weiler moving on to the next round. Phil Johnson versus Darby Otto. Darby with a 978 in the Firebird. Phil Johnson 1175 in the Nova. Once again, the ladder for Super Pro is as follows. Darby Otto getting the win, 980 on his 78 dial. Phil Johnson had a huge starting line advantage, but gets there first, breaking out by 7 thousandths. So Darby Otto takes the win. It is Dalton Johnson in the auto value lane, 1099 dial. Dusty Winrich, 1203 dial in the Nova. Pairings for the next round is Super Pro. McCarty versus Gray. Katina versus Hamilton. Barmettler versus Paskey. Kerner versus Seamers. Hildreth versus Leonard. Robertson versus Anderson. Blomberg versus Anfang, and Mel Knott with the bye. Dalton Johnson, starting line advantage, 1099. He's dead on with a 0 for a 26 pack. It was all over. Dusty was 37 on the tree and runs 12 flat, breaking out. Final pair in King of the Hill is Tim Merrick, 1215. James Miller, 1228 in the Corvette. And James Miller goes red, automatic win to Tim Merrick. We're missing 7 in Super Pro. Half the field we're missing. We got 15 cars coming back, and we're missing half the field. We need you back, guys. We need junior dragsters back, please. Junior dragsters back for the next round. The ladder is as follows for juniors. It's going to be Owen Drake versus Wyatt Knott. It'll be Jocelyn Geib getting the bye, and Aspen Mahar versus Jack Weiler. So Knott versus Drake, Geib with the bye, and Mahar versus Weiler. Junior dragsters, winners to the front, consolation to the rear of lane number 2, please. Street Eliminator, we need you back for your final round. looks like all of our Super Pro cars are back. So Super Pro, let's saddle up. Super Pro, let's saddle up. It'll be Not with the bye. Hildreth versus Leonard. Kerner versus Seamers. Robertson versus Anderson. Barmettler versus Paskey. Katina and Hamilton. McCarty and Gray. And Blomberg versus Anfang. So Super Pro, saddle up, please. All right, our first pair in round number 2 of Super Pro brings up Blaine Anderson in the Camaro. He dials in with a 978. It is Tony Robertson in the Dragster dialing in with a 779. $23 for the Camaro and $15 for the Dragster. The Camaro gets it done. He's 23 again, 79 on his 78 dial for the win. Tony and 781 on his 79 dial. Anderson moving on. It is Alex Barmettler on the Kawasaki 920 dial. Ryan Paskey in the Dragster 799. .002 light for Ryan Paskey gets it done. He's 8 flat on his 799 dial for the win. Alex is 28 on the tree, runs a 921 at 139. Paskey is your winner. Kevin McCarty in the Chevelle, 1139 dial. Willie Gray in the Dragster, 760 dial. Old man Willie, 760. The Chevelle has the advantage, and in a double breakout, it's the Chevelle taking the win. Kevin's 20, Willie's 37. Willie breaks out by 200ths. Kevin breaks out by 11 thou. Sam Hamilton in the Firebird 986 dial. Doug Katina in the Dragster 778 dial. Nearly identical reaction times, just 4 thou on the tree. Sam Hamilton takes the win. She's 26 to Katina's 30 light. Doug gets there first, breaks out by 200, so Sammy's your winner and moving on to the next round. Chris Anfang. In the Demon, Tower Lane, John Blomberg, 1039 in the Nova. Junior Dragsters, saddle up. Junior Dragsters, saddle up, please. We need Street Eliminator final back, and I need Pro ET back. Street Eliminator and Pro ET. Actually, all winners of all categories, we need to be back to the lanes. Chris Anfang is your winner. He's 22 on the tree and 1 over for the win. Blomberg's 49 on the tree, dead 1. Next pair, Dale Hildreth and Jesse Leonard. Jesse win the 956 down in the Camaro, 884 in the Nova of Dale Hildreth. $300s on the tree, and a double breakout is Hildreth taking the win. Jesse was 31, Dale was 61. Dale breaks out by 6 thou. Jesse breaks out by 12 thou. Joe Kerner and Austin Seamers. Kerner in the Dragsters, Seamers in the 55. 885 for Seamers, 4 thou red for Seamers, giving the win to Kerner. Kerner is 5 on the tree and wins a 72 on his 74 dial for the win. And Mel not getting the bye run. Once again, juniors, saddle up, please. Juniors, saddle up. We need Street Eliminator final back, and I need our Pro ET cars. Again, you are in a ladder Pro ET. It's Law versus Knott, Hoffman versus Leonard, Weiler versus Blomberg, McKeith versus Malley, and Hildreth versus Geib. Junior Dragster, round 3. It's $9.19 for Wyatt Knott, $7.90 for Owen Drake. If I can get the final of our combo gamblers, we'll need Jim Lambrick and Austin Seamers. We'll do the combo gambler final if you want to come back to lane number 9. Let's do combo gambler final, lane number 9, Jim Lambrick and Austin Seamers. Win light goes to Wyatt Knott. Owen Drake had the better of the 2 reaction times by about 100th, but Wyatt Knott gets there first, takes the win. It's Aspen Mahar, 795 dial. It's a heads-up race with Jack Weiler. Aspen in the auto value lane, Jack in the Fast Freddy's lane. Almost identical lights. 5 thou on the starting line. Advantage went to Aspen, but it's Jack who takes the win. 799 on his 95 dial. Aspen 803 on her 795 dial. Jocelyn Geib getting the bye. Dials in with an 807. This is Junior Dragster Consolation. Thomas Conan, 894. Ryan Leonard, 790. A double 02 light for Thomas Conan, 21 light for Ryan Leonard. Conan gets the win, 895 at 72 miles per hour. Ryan Leonard, 793 on his 90 dial. AJ Lee Young, 792 dial. Braden Paskey, 1230 dial. Constellation. Braden's got the starting line advantage. And in a double breakout, however, AJ takes the win. He breaks out by 1 thou. Braden breaks out by 3/10. All right, so we need Super Pro and Pro back. Again, you guys are both on ladders. The pairings for the next round of no box. It is Hildreth versus Geib. Both are here. McKeith versus Malley. Weiler versus Blomberg. Hoffman versus Leonard. And Law versus Knott. So we're waiting for, it looks like Law and Knott, we need you back. Law and Knott, we need you back.
Does he? I thought it stayed here. Oh. I didn't know that. I thought it stayed here. Ooh, what time? She need a stick? Should I take this down there and snatch it?
Little excitement on the starting line. We got a little baby raccoon. Little baby raccoon. It's cute as can be. Look at that little raccoon. Yeah, everybody likes drag racing. Now he's headed over to check out the new building. Run, buddy, run. All right, coming to the starting line now is going to be the final of Street Eliminator. It is Tim Merrick, 1215 dial, versus James Miller in the vet, dialed in with a 1228. Starting line advantage went to the Corvette, and it is indeed the Corvette taking the win. He's 32 on the tree, runs a 35 on his 28 dial for the win. Tim Merrick, 1215 dial. He runs a 1219. So congratulations to James Miller, winner of today's Street Eliminator. So no box, saddle up. No box, Pro ET, saddle up, please. No box, Pro ET, saddle up, please. We need Super Pro winners back. The pairings, the interesting pairings for the next round of Super Pro box are McCarty versus Anfang, Paskey versus Hamilton, Knott versus Hildreth, and Joe Kerner versus Blaine Anderson. So Knott versus Hildreth, Kerner versus Anderson, Paskey versus Hamilton, and McCarty versus Anfang. We also need Austin Seamers, who is here, and Jim Lambrecht. We need you back to the lane. Pull into lane number 11 for the final of our combo gamblers. Jim Lambrecht, combo gambler final. Please report back to staging lane 11, please. All right, this is round number 3 of Pro ET. Carl Geib, 973 versus Dale Hildreth, 884. Carl Geib, red. Dale Hildreth taking the win. Dale runs dead on with an 8. Carl dead on with a 5, but he's red off the line. Next pair, Justin Malley, 1004 dial. Pete McKeith, 853 dial. Red light to Pete McKeith. Justin Malley, 21 on the tree, gets the automatic win. Justin runs in 10-11 at 134. Pete McKeith dead on with a 1. Jesse Leonard, 955 dial. Tom Hoffman, 1059 dial. Starting line advantage to Hoffman and win light to it Hoffman. Hoffman's dead on with a 9. 26 on the tree. Leonard, 43 on the tree. Leonard breaking out by 12 thou. Is Jason Weiler versus John Blomberg. Jason dialed in with a 1021, Blomberg with a 1039. Win light to John Blomberg. 13 to Jason's 33 light. Jason's dead 6. John Blomberg 40 on his 39 dial for the win. Mel Knott in the Tower lane. Tyler Law in the Fast Freddy's lane. Mel Knott taking the win. 50 on the tree to Tyler Law's 69 light. Mel 65 on his 64 dial for the win. Tyler 88 on his 87 dial. So Mel Knott will advance to the next round of Pro ET. The pairings for the next round of Pro ET are as follows. It will be Justin Malley versus John Blomberg, Tom Hoffman versus Mel Knott, and Dale Hildreth with the bye. So Hildreth with the bye, Malley versus Blomberg, and Hoffman versus Knott. I need Austin and Jim Lambrecht to saddle up for your final of our combo gamblers. And we're still waiting on 2 in Super Pro. They just went down in Pro. I think it's Knott and Hildreth we're waiting for. And Kerner. We need Joe Kerner back. Dalton Johnson, 10.99. Tim Merrick, 12.15. This is round number 3 of King of the Hill. Dalton Johnson with a starting line advantage, and he takes the win. 11.01 on his 10.99 for the win. Getting the bye run is going to be Jack Weiler. Dialed in with a 10.11. We need Junior Dragster winners back. Junior Dragsters, we need you back to the lanes. Consi to the rear, winners to the front. The pairings for the next round of juniors are as follows. It'll be Knott versus Geib and Jack Weiler with the bye. Weiler's 40 on the tree, runs dead on with a 0. So that wraps up King of the Hill. On the starting line now, will this is the final of our combo gambler. It brings up Austin Seamers in the 55 Chevy, 887 dial, against Jim Lambrick, Uncle Jim, dialed in with 1120 in the Charger. And the win leg goes to Austin Seamers. Austin's 24 on the tree, gets there first, 898. Uncle Jim was late and ran 11:24 on his 20 dial. So Austin Seamers winner of your combo gamblers race today. All right, looks like all of my Super Pro drivers are here. So, Super Pro guys, saddle up. We need all winners of all categories. It's round robin. Bring them on back. If you won your previous round, bring them on back for the next round of eliminations, please. Once again, we need juniors back. Juniors, we need you back as well.
They sent me up because they were asking about which scale. They were. I said I'd go out and talk to you. We got 3 of us with last chance, but there might be more. We were wondering if you could just call them up, and then we know if there's just 3 of us or there's 6 of us, or.
Yeah, so what I was going to say, I told Jake, I said, well, I said, I think I'll maybe announce, because if I don't have enough to even cover my payout,
Right,
I'll
right,
just do like a gambler, see if you guys want.
Sure, that's what they said. It'd be fine, but they were kind of wondering. Now the one girl was like, "Well, it's not gonna happen fairly soon. She was gonna leave, and so I said there might be 6 people at the door, or maybe only be 3 of us."
All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. If there's anyone in Street or King that lost first or second round and would like to get into last chance eliminator, we'll have you report to staging lanes 12 and 13. Last chance eliminator, lanes 12 and 13, please. Last chance eliminator, lanes 12 and 13. $10 entry fee, please. Well, this is unfortunate. Unfortunately, Blaine Anderson will have a single against Joe Kerner. Joe Kerner having some issues on the starting line with the car. Blaine dials a 978, runs dead on with a 9. Chris Anfang, 1028 dial. Kevin McCarty, 1137 dial. Red light to Kevin McCarty, automatic win to Chris Anfang. Sam Hamilton in the tower lane, 986 dial. Ryan Paskey in the Dragster, 8 flat dial. Very similar reaction times out of these two drivers. 6 thou separates them on the tree. Starting line advantage went to Sam. She was 11. Paskey was 17. Sam gets there first, breaks out by 7 thousandths. Ryan Paskey dead on with a 9, so Paskey will advance to the next round. Dale Hildreth, 884 dial in the Nova. Mel Knott, 965 dial in the Silver Streak. Mel Knott with the starting line advantage by 300ths. He was 007 to Dale's 37 light. Mel's dead on with a 3 for a 10-pack. Dale Hildreth, 886 on his 84 dial. So Knott will be moving to the semifinals of Super Pro. The pairings for the next round of Super Pro will be Ryan Paskey versus Chris Anfang and Mel Knott versus Blaine Anderson. Semifinals of our junior dragster category, Jocelyn Geib 808 dial, Wyatt Knott 919 dial. And Jocelyn goes red, Wyatt Knott takes the win. Wyatt's 54 on the tree, and he runs a 942. Jocelyn an 811. So Wyatt Knott will move on to the final where he will face off against Jack Weiler. Jack Weiler getting the bye. We have a junior down on the track. All right, and getting the by run once again is Jack Weiler. Jack's 009 on the tree, dials a 795. And at the finish line, he runs a 797. Consolation final for our juniors on the starting line now. 791 dial for AJ Leung. Thomas Conan 894 in the Fast Freddy's lane. Starting line advantage went to AJ, and AJ takes the win. He runs dead on his dial with a 1. Thomas Conan breaking out 892 at 72 miles per hour. Congratulations to AJ Leung, winner of Junior Consolation. All right, the pairings for the next round of no box is Hildreth with the bye, Malley versus Blomberg, Hoffman versus Knott. Pairings for the next round of Super Pro, Knott versus Anderson, and Paskey versus Anfang. Semifinals of King of the Hill, Dalton Johnson 1098 dial, Jack Weiler 1011 dial. 69 Camaro versus the 89 Camaro. Both drivers are off with green lights. Starting line advantage went to Dalton. He's 22. Weiler is 46, but it's Weiler taking the win. He runs dead on his dial with a 2 for the win. So Dalton Johnson is done for the day. Jack Weiler will move on to the final. Against last chance eliminator, Jake Lesnick goes 2 thou red, gives the win to Dan Stern. Tiffany Crownhart with the bye. She'll be in the tower lane. 1445 is her dial. She's 69 on the tree, and at the finish line, she runs at 1448 on her 45 dial. And the final pair in last chance brings up Phil Johnson, 1172, Dusty Winrich, 1201. Pair of Novas on the line. And the win light goes to Dustin Winrich. Phil had the better of the two reaction times. He was 34 to Dusty's 73 light, but Dusty gets there first, running closer to the dial. 12:08 on his 12:01. So Dusty will be back for the next round. Phil Johnson, 11:83 at 109. All right, this is a quarterfinals of Pro ET. Justin Malley, 10:04 in the auto value lane. 10:39 for Blomberg in the Fast Freddy's lane. Blomberg takes the win. Justin Malley having some issues off the starting line. Blomberg's 3 on the tree. Again, Malley having some issues. The last pair is Tom Hoffman, 1059 dial in the Plymouth. Mel Knott, 965 dial in the Silver Streak. Tom Hoffman goes 1 thou red. Mel Knott's 37 on the tree. Mel gets the automatic win. Mel runs 984 at 114. Tom Hoffman, 1065 at 115. And getting the bye run is going to be Dale Hildreth. He's in the auto value lane, dialed in with an 884. He's 3 red, runs an 885 at 151. So that wraps up the quarterfinals of our Pro ET category. We'll need to wait for Knott to come back for the next round of Super Pro, where the pairings will be Paskey versus Anfang and Knott versus Anderson. Junior final, saddle up. Junior final, saddle up, please. Coming to the starting line now is the final of our junior dragsters. Jack Weiler, 797 dial. Wyatt Knott, 922 dial. Starting line advantage goes to Jack, and Jack picks up the win. He's 11 on the tree. Wyatt's late. Wyatt runs dead on his dial with a 7, but it's Jack Weiler who takes the win. Congratulations, Jack Weiler, winner of our junior dragsters today. Super Pro, saddle up. Super Pro, saddle up. This is the semifinals of Super Pro. Chris Anfang, 10:28. Ryan Paskey, 8 flat in the Dragster. Nearly identical reaction times. Just 3 thou separates them on the tree. Paskey with the win. Paskey's 15. Chris is 18. Paskey 0-1 for the win on his 8 flat. Anfang is done for the day. So who's going to race Paskey in the final? Is it going to be Blaine Anderson or Mel Knott? Mel dials in with a 966 in the Silver Streak. It's Blaine dialed in with a 979 in the Camaro. Win light goes to Blaine Anderson. Mel Knott running well off his dial. Blaine Anderson, 986 at 123 for the win. Blaine is 004 on the tree. Mel's 55, but runs a 1013 on his 966 dial. So it will be Blaine Anderson in the final versus Ryan Paskey. This is the semifinals of Last Chance Eliminator. Tiffany Crownhart, 1445, gets the automatic win as Dan Stern goes as red as Tiffany was green. Tiffany runs 1450 on her 1445 dial. She will be back for the final to run against Dustin Winrich. Our King of the Hill final coming to the starting line now. Lee Meyerdirk, 1087 dial. Jack Weiler, 1011 dial. Starting line advantage goes to Jack Weiler, but it is Lee Meyerdirk getting the win. Jack runs a 1020 on his 1011 dial. He's 24 on the tree, so we had him on the tree, but Lee Meyerdirk runs closer to the dial, 1092 on his 87 dial. So Lee Meyerdirk, your winner of King of the Hill today. Congratulations, Lee Meyerdirk. All right, we need last chance eliminator final to the staging lanes, please. Tiffany is here. We need the other driver to the lanes for the final. We need the final of Super Pro, and we need the semifinals, I think, of Pro ET. Pro ET, we need Hildreth, Blomberg, and Knott. Hildreth, Blomberg, and Knott, we need you back, please. We need to run you three before we run the final of our Super Pro category. So we need to run these semifinals. So we need Blomberg, Knott, and Hildreth. We need all three of you back ASAP, please. And John is here patiently waiting. It's Hildreth versus Blomberg, and Mel Knott with the bye. All right, this is the final of last chance eliminator. Tiffany Crownhart, 1448 dial. Dustin Winrich, 1208 dial. Tiffany with a better reaction time, she gets the win. Tiffany Crownhart, 1461 at her 1448 dial for the win. Dusty Winrich, he's late and goes way slow. Problems off the starting line. So congratulations to Tiffany Crownhart, winner of our last chance eliminator. All right, this is our semifinal round of Pro ET. It is Dale Hildreth, 885 dial in the auto value lane. John Blomberg, 1039 dial in the Nova in the Fast Freddy's lane. The winner of this pair will go on to race Mel Knott in the final. Starting line advantage to the Nova, which won the purple one. It's Dale Hildreth, 887 on his 885 dial. He's 29 on the tree. Blomberg breaking out by almost a full 300ths. So Dale Hildreth will be back to the final against Mel Knott. Mel Knott getting the bye, dialed in with a 965. All right, here we go. The Super Pro Final. Super Pro Final is going to go on to the shootout. It is Blaine Anderson in the Camaro, 979 dial. He is up against Ryan Paskey, former Super Pro champion in the Dragster, 801 dial. Jeez. Blaine breaks out by 100th. Ryan Paskey dead on with a 2. Blaine is 007 on the tree to Paskey's 17 light. Ryan takes the win with a 19 package. So congratulations to Ryan Paskey. He will be back in the shootout to race either Dale Hildreth or Mel Knott. Looks like Hildreth and Knott are back for the Pro ET final. All right, here we go. An exciting final here. Dale Hildreth versus Mel Knott. Good buddies racing in the final. 884 dial for Dale, 963 dial for Mel Knott. Starting line advantage goes to the Silver Streak, but it is Dale Hildreth who pulls off the win. Mel runs a 975 and his 963 dial. He is 009 on the tree. Dale Hildreth pulls off the win. He dials an 884, runs an 889, and is 43 on the tree. So congratulations, Dale Hildreth, on your Pro ET win. It will be Pro ET winner Dale Hildreth against Super Pro winner Ryan Paskey in the RFR shootout. Anyone who has gambler money, that is, you can receive that in the top of the tower. Gambler money can be paid in the top of the tower. Otherwise, all other payout for the regular event will be sent in the mail. All right, here is the RFR shootout. Final race of the day. It is Dale Hildreth in the Nova, 885 dial. He is up against Ryan Paskey in the Dragster, 802 dial. This is for $2,000 to win today. Tree comes down. They are both off with green lights. Dale is out of the groove. But Dale gets the win. Ryan Paskey breaks out by 0.005 of a second. Ryan is 15 on the tree. Dale's 30 on the tree. Dale takes the win, 887 at 144 on his 885 dial. So congratulations to Dale Hildreth. So thanks to everybody for coming out to this weekend's double points race. We appreciate you coming out and supporting us here. We hope you have a safe trip home, and we will be back again in 2 weeks for another 2-day points race. It will be a Friday test day, followed by a points race on Saturday, and another one on Sunday. So once again, thank you all. Take care, and we'll see you again here soon at Rock Falls Raceway. And if you have gambler payout coming, I am doing gambler payout in the top of the tower. Otherwise, all regular payout will be mailed in the U.S. mail. Thank you.